at 7:03. And then Kim Harris has a acknowledgement that she'd like to read. So I'm going to turn the floor over to her before we adopt the agenda.
Well, thank you, AJ. I am going to read a land acknowledgement, and the purpose of the land acknowledgement is it's a formal statement that recognizes and respects Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of this land and the enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous people and their traditional territories. So here goes the acknowledgement. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we gather today on the ancestral homelands of the Coast Salish peoples who have lived in the Salish Sea Basin throughout the San Juan Islands and the North Cascades watersheds. Please join me in expressing our deepest respect and gratitude for our Indigenous neighbors, the Lummi Nation and Nooksack tribe, for their enduring care and protection of our shared lands and waterways. And for Bellingham, yeah, it's the Lummi and the Nooksack tribe. And thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Roll call. We guess we just did that. Steffi has an excused absence, as well as Joe. And so looking for a motion to adopt the agenda.
Mr. President, I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
Can we add under new business? I don't know if we have to vote on this or not. Something I'd like to for you all to consider reformatting the initial agenda, if we could, please. And I would like to be able at least to discuss it, if not vote and approve it, or give some thought to it. So just under new business, item C, reformat the agenda.
Okay, just to clarify, you're looking to cover just like the format that we're presenting it in? Or?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I think we could have a quick discussion on that at the end. I would also like to adopt the agenda. In my new role as president, I've had some things that I've been dealing with and some personal things as well. I missed that we did not include the charters for the communications committee, the EPC, and the parks, although parks isn't on the agenda right now. So it's just, we have communications charter and EPCA charter and the EPC member approval. That needs to be able to be reviewed. Those charters need to be able to be reviewed by the board before we vote on the resolution to recreate those committees. And so I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but we're going to have to move those out to the December meeting in order to give the board the proper chance to review those and provide any input on that. So that's an amendment that I would like to make, removing the 2021 charter under communications and then the 2021 charter and new member approval under EPC.
Just a question for initial. Oh, Andrew had his hand up.
Go ahead, Kim. I'll go after you.
I just want to know, I mean, so for those of us that are new, a lot of these initials are nonsensical. So can we explain what EPC is?
Emergency Preparedness Committee.
Thank you.
Like LRPC. Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry. I should
That's
know
okay.
better. I'm not in my profession. We're not allowed to use an acronym without saying what it is first.
So I will be asking you all a lot today if we're throwing around some initials that some of us that are new aren't accustomed to yet. Thank you.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think the minutes that we're going to be approving are in the packet. Do you want to? Or maybe I'm missing it. What page are they in the packet?
The minutes are part of, I believe, the consent agenda. I guess I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head if the consent agenda, I think it gets approved beforehand and it's just as submitted prior, kind of how the committee minutes aren't included as well. So basically, as I understand the way the consent agenda works would be that we approve those by the changes that the board had made, which I think there's only a couple minor changes that Linda and Paula brought forward. And so that's, we would just move to by acclamation is how we normally approve those. Does that sound correct, Linda? I know you've been doing this.
Yeah, that's usually what we do. For a while, we were getting them in draft form and copies. They simply make the board packet huge. And if Oryx is able to stay current, she should only have a couple of meetings, per month that she needs to send to us ahead of time. And that should be fairly easy to do, I think. She did it this time just great.
Okay. Josh?
Before we get too off track here, I'd like to move to adopt the amended agenda.
Whoa. Second.
So Josh moved to adopt the amended agenda. Linda has a second. Yeah, well, let's adopt the agenda and then we
Yep.
need to have someone be the secretary for the meeting. That's Stephanie's on. I stand back here. So do we have a second? So all in favor of adopting the amended agenda? Like we have everyone in favor of doing that. Would someone be willing to be the secretary for the meeting in lieu of Steffi?
I'll be a secretary.
All right, Josh, thank you. We appreciate it. Any objections to Josh taking on the role for the meeting? Not surprised.
All
Okay.
right, no objections.
Don't put that on the new people. We are trying to just get our bearings here.
Understandable. Thank you,
Oh, I
Josh, for
expected
stepping up on
Paula
that.
to jump right on this.
I'm coughing I'll be coughing half the meeting, so I didn't want to try and have you work around me, so sorry. Thanks, Josh.
Okay, so moving forward, we got that squared away now. Approval of the consent agenda. So basically we approve by acclamation. So and approving by acclamation just means you voice your objection if you have it. If there's no objection, we don't have to do any sort of formal vote. Any objections? All right, the consent agenda has been approved then. So moving into announcements then, we can start with Norm on the COVID-19 update. And then if anyone else has any announcements, you guys can jump in after that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the board, community that's membership that are viewing the proceedings. I'm going to start out a little differently with this one because, as you know, the governor has made some significant changes with the current rollout of the state. In fact, he's rolled it back. So I'm going to start with his opening statement on the virus that he gave on his press conference on Sunday. He said, "The spike puts us in a more dangerous position as we were in March, and it means, unfortunately, the time has come to reinstate restrictions on activities statewide to preserve the public well-being to save lives. These were very difficult decisions that have really very real consequences to people and livelihoods. I recognize that and don't take these actions lightly, but we must act now and act quickly to slow the spread of the disease." So this is a synopsis in bullet format that I've got concerning what he put in place under his proclamation that he issued 20-5. Indoor social gatherings are currently prohibited unless a quarantine of 14 days prior to your social gathering or a quarantine of 7 days prior to a social gathering and receive a negative COVID-19 test, not more than 48 hours prior to. Outdoor social gatherings are limited to 5 people from outside your household. Household is defined as individuals residing in the same dwelling. Restaurants and bars closed for indoor dining service. Outdoor dining and to-go services are permitted. Outdoor dining is limited to 5 people. Fitness facilities and gyms closed for indoor operations. Outdoor fitness classes permitted, but subject to social distancing restrictions. Bowling centers are closed for indoor service. Movie theaters closed to indoor service. Drive-ins are permitted under current guidelines. Museums, zoos, and aquariums closed for indoor service. Real estate, open houses are prohibited. Weddings and funerals, limited to no more than 30 attendees. No indoor ceremonies, they are permitted. In-store retail limited to 25% of indoor occupancy, and common seating and indoor dining at food courts are prohibited. Religious services limited to 25% of indoor occupancy. This is virtually the same prohibition or restrictions that they're currently operating under for phase 2. Professional services required to mandate employees work from home when possible. Close offices to the public if possible. Any office remaining open must remain open, limited to 25% occupancy. Since this is a question about what Sudden Valley is, I had a discussion with the health department Monday morning about our status, and the health department has deemed Sudden Valley as an essential business. Due to the population density of Sudden Valley, we all are aware we have a lot of folks here. Services such as emergency response, for example, snow removal, and public work functions. In addition to that, the Sudden Valley administrative functions and the offices hours will be modified to flex the schedule to get into the 25% occupancy reduction. And because that's a change from current operations, I've asked Rachel to go ahead and explain what we're doing and why we're putting this in place to meet the governor's mandate and then I'll finish the rest of this report. Rachel?
Hi, everyone. So what we're going to start on Monday is the accounting staff. There will really only be one person in there full time. Their accounts payable will come in on Mondays and Wednesdays, work from home the rest of the week. Accounts receivable Tuesday and Thursdays and Fridays off. And then I'm not sure of Angie's exact job title. So she'll be there on Fridays. And as for administratively upstairs, one person will be on 3 days a week, and while the other people are at home, and then they'll swap the next week. So it'll be, someone will always be there. I'll always be there. The ACC coordinator will always be there. So we're going to rotate Lauren and Oryx just to kind of reduce staff for now. Eventually, if something changes, then we'll look at that again and reevaluate what we need to do. The office hours have changed to reduce exposure to the public. Right now it's 9 to 4:30. So we're just going to keep it as fluid as possible and move along with the changes as we need to and whatever comes up. But the community safety and staff safety are the most important things. So anybody have any questions?
And as Rachel alluded, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, these are the measures the governor is taking currently. If the infection rate and a critical factor is the hospitalization rate statewide does not begin to level off, he has indicated that he will take more aggressive measures, which could be up to and including another stay at home. If that occurs, we will probably be looking at modifying the office hours again to be in alignment with that directive. Personal services are limited to 25% of indoor occupancy, barbershops, cosmetologists, those kind of things. Long-term care indoor visits are prohibited. Outdoor visits are permitted, operating a number of the qualifiers that are currently in place for visits to long-term care. Youth and adult sporting activities, indoor activities are prohibited. Outdoor permitted with a number of qualifiers that are currently in place for phase 2, which mostly are social distancing. Miscellaneous venues, all retail activities and businesses Business meetings are prohibited. Only professional training and testing that cannot be performed remotely are allowed. And also, court and judicial branch related proceedings are allowed. In addition, the governor has also issued a travel advisory for non-essential travel. That was issued the 13th of this month, and it remains in effect now. This is an advisory. However, he has asked Washingtonians that persons arriving in Washington from other states or countries, including returning to Washington, quarantine 14 days upon arrival. These persons should limit their interactions to their immediate household. And two, he's asking Washingtonians are encouraged to stay at home in their region, and in particular during the upcoming holidays. The CDC, as of today, is also advised against travel over the Thanksgiving holidays due to the virus. As of the date of when I drafted this talking points, we have 250,000 fatalities in the United States alone. This is a common operating picture, which for our newest board members, it kind of gives you a snapshot of what the Department of Health is publishing to the state. Whatcom County confirmed cases as of today, we're 43 more than yesterday, at a total of 1,983 confirmed COVID cases, 120 hospitalizations, and 52 deaths. In fact, I can tell you right now, you have St. Joseph is reporting 8 people hospitalized for coronavirus currently, plus 3 ventilators in use for that as well. Washington State, 137,411 confirmed cases. That's up 2,592 since yesterday. Hospitalizations, 9,622. Deaths statewide, 2,592. As far as our risk assessment dashboard, that's how the governor reads the metrics to move from the various phases of Restart Washington. State is failing 2 of 4. Whatcom County is failing 3 of 4. And currently, there's no phase 1 counties. There are 22 phase 2 counties. There are 17 phase 3 and no phase 4. But with the rollout, we're all effectively in a phase 1.5. Current public health orders, Mask Up Washington is still in effect. With that, social distancing and gathering at our published guidelines are still in effect, and proper personal protective equipment and hygiene is still in effect as well, and sanitation of common touch spaces, etc. As I said, there are no counties that are going to be moving ahead in the next Restart Washington until the governor has relaxed what was currently in place. In fact, he said the stay safe, stay healthy rollback of county by county is phased in reopening, responding is done for the outbreak of the virus. So he has indicated that is going to stay where it is until the science dictates otherwise. Sudden Valley operations, any of our planning for moving ahead or for a phase 3 or on hold due to the proclamation. Current operational status, as we've discussed, we've amended certain operations such as administrative office hours and other things in accounting to be in alignment with the proclamation. Our current meeting schedule for COVID-19 daily and weekly is unchanged. Our external messaging process is unchanged, and both the Department of Health and the Unified Command are now under the Department of Health, and they ask you to go to www.whatcomcovid.com if you want to capture or read any updates to what the response is currently doing. With that, that is the end of my report. I will gladly take any questions the board may have.
Norm, I have
Yes.
just 2 questions for you. Do we publish on our weekly updates? Are they still doing the testing site down by the sports arena?
That is a weekend operation, and if you go to actually the Department of Health's website and go to the tab for testing, it will list all the test sites that are available, when they're open, and frequency at that. There isn't an online enrollment process. with us now. So that has greatly speeded that up. But the Department of Health, their website for Whatcom County does contain all of that information, Linda.
I just wondered, I didn't remember seeing it in any of our links that we've sent out on our Friday notices. Well, maybe I just need to go look at it better. It's just something that occurred to me when watching the news and some of the huge lines places. Do you also know, does Whatcom County get a report of how many people, if any, are at Peace Health with COVID? And
Yes, they do. That is, like I said, it's currently, they have 8 patients they're treating. That is in the situation report. If you go to the Whatcom COVID website, you can click that and it'll tell you exactly what that looks like. Also the infection rate by school district, that's how they capture it for ease of knowing that. And you will notice that all of those are in red right now because of the way the infection is going, but it is available.
okay, thank you.
Yes, Director.
Hi, Norm. I have a question. Is it appropriate to ask about the security report? I know you're reporting now on the COVID, but in our meeting agenda packet, there was several pages of the security report. Is it appropriate for me to ask you a question on that right now, or are you coming back later to report on that?
We'll touch on that during the GM report section with that. So that would be the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Director Bauer.
Yeah, I was just gonna make sure we are gonna post new office hours on Friday as well. Okay.
That'll go out not only as an announcement, but it will also cascade that out to the association Facebook page.
Excellent. Any other questions from anyone?
Thank you for your time.
Any other announcements from board members? Brian and then Linda? No, not Brian, Linda?
Well, there was a suggestion of among the board of having a moment of silence for the young man who died here in the valley today. He was working on a crew that's working on a hazard tree in my yard. And I'd like us all to take that moment of silence.
All right. Our condolences go out to their family and friends.
I just, God's peace. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's all right, Linda.
Okay, Linda.
It's all right, guys.
Do we have any other announcements? I guess I think we'll get to this, but I'd like to welcome Noel to the board as the new chair of ACC. And so we will address that obviously through the committee report as well. But I'd just like to say that if there's no other announcements, we can move into the general manager report, and I'll hand that off to Norm here to give that in Joe's absence.
Because of Joe's excused absence for the report tonight, I know typically what we've done is said if there's any questions, he usually fields them. Same format, but I'm not prepared to answer to the depth he would. So I'm asking you that if you do have questions that you want to submit, please send those to Rachel at asm@suddenvalley.com. We'll turn that around as quickly as possible and get you that information. I can answer the ones on the security side for Kim, but some of the other items on there will need to be a better answer. So again, email those to asm@suddenvalley.com and we'll get that turned around for you. Kim, your
All right.
question.
Yes, I'm just writing down that. It's asm@suddenvalley.com for Joe questions.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So my question on the security portion was there was some pie charts about the crimes being reported to security. And there's a large portion of it, about 25% on one of the pie charts was miscellaneous disturbances. And I wanted to know if you can elaborate on more what that aggregate form of those miscellaneous disturbances were, because it was a large chunk of the pie. So I'm just curious as to what falls under that big lump to have a better picture of what's going on here.
Sure. Miscellaneous disturbances are captured in what's called the STAFR system that Pacific uses, and that falls into things like I hear a noise, for example, undefined. It doesn't sound like a gunshot, or it doesn't sound like an explosion, but it might not be a barking dog. So those kind of things. It's not reaching the level of suspicious activity, but it is one that is looked into by the officer, and they write it up as a miscellaneous one with that. So that's the bucket that it falls into.
Okay, thank you. And then another question is, most of those seem like they were in gate 3. So is it accurate to assume that a lot of the calls for things happen in gate 3? And then just generally for everyone, is gate 3 like the largest gate? So would that explain the proportion of calls?
A majority of the population in Sudden Valley lives within gates 3, 9, and 13. So as the recent survey dictated on that, you notice that's the largest area. With that has the most people, most vehicles, and most items that get reported. So by aggregate, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Josh?
Hey, Norm, has there been any updates on those runaway golf carts, the 2 that were stolen?
I went through several days of video trying to isolate that. There have not been anything located by either the theft report file with the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office or located on the video. The carts were removed in an area that is backlit and fairly shadowy, and it appears by what occurred at the time it was a wire cable that was undone purposely, and it looks like somebody knew the process of how those carts were secured when they removed them. So we have no updates other than a big hunk of chain has been installed to remove, taking out the wire rope. It's locked and checked a lot more frequently. And at some point down the road, when we look at doing revisions to the camera footprint, we need to address that area.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious about that, if there's an issue with the viewability, because we're going to have this new fleet eventually. So
yeah, I'll touch on the cameras really briefly. Initially, when they were put in, we tried to address as much as we could with what the capital funds were for that project. We have a phase 2 and 3 that would cover the rest of the gaps, as you're concerned about gaps of parking lots over at Barn 6, for example, by the library. But those are going to require all of this process that has to be done to add it to a capital project. And they're currently not in scope to do that.
okay, well, thank you.
I have a follow-up question on that. Are we like looking at Craigslist or anything to see if someone's trying to sell our stuff?
Jacob Close has been, yes, as well as the sheriff's office, but so far, no luck there either.
Okay.
Didn't find a lot of county tools though. No, just kidding. No, I only say that because Linda knows this. We used to check those things quite regularly when I was working for Cherry Point, and you would be amazed what turns up at yard sales.
I just keep an eye on that golf cart parade. You never know.
Well, I'd hope Santa wouldn't be bad, but you're right.
Does anyone else have any other questions? If you have them, you can feel free to say them too, and we can write them down and get them to Norm as well if he doesn't have the answer. I don't want to make it so no one feels like they can ask their question. All right. Well, I think we can keep moving. And again, if you do have some questions, you can email those to Rachel and Norm, and we can get that stuff taken care of and answered. So let's see, moving on. And now we'll be moving on to the treasurer's report. So yeah, I'll turn it over to Kim here initially, and then.
Thank you, AJ. So my only thing to report is that right now we're in the process of recruiting for the finance committee. So applications are being accepted and they are due by December 10th. And so if anyone is watching and has a background in finance, please submit an application on the volunteer website and Sutton Valley, or you can go to the office on their open days with a mask on and ask for a paper application. And with that being said, I'm going to hand the meeting over to Joel for the treasurer's report.
Okay, thank you. And to the others that I haven't met, nice to meet you. Welcome to the board. I'll start out with, I'm just going to go over the financial statements, pretty much business as usual, just like how I've always done it. I'll start out with, so for you, it's page 24, the balance sheet. And the good thing about the balance sheet is there's nothing exciting going on with the balance sheet, which is in a good way. So just for us, the important thing is that the net operating assets is positive, which for us, they're comfortably positive. So that just, at that point, that just means that we're not eating into things like, oh, like prepaid assessments, or especially those. So we have, so the cash levels are fine. If we'll go ahead and turn the page to page 25. So now we're getting into the meat of it with the income statement here. And in terms of like collections rate, I'll just go ahead and start off with the collections rate. So the collections rate for September, month to date, 94.2%. I'll just give you kind of a little tiny, I'll just walk you through collections rate over the last month and also October, because I have October numbers as well. So month to date for October, for August, last month collection rate was 93.9%. For September, these financial statements, it pushed up to 94.2%. I've calculated October's collection rate already, and that has gone from 94.2 to 94.9%. So we're going in the right direction collection rate wise. For year-to-date collection rate, of course, now year-to-date, since these movements have been so minor, quite frankly, and since we're so deep into the year, you won't see like a huge movement year-to-date. So it's just basically, stayed flat. If you take it out to the 10th decimal place, it's just stayed flat at 94.5%. So from August, September, October, we just haven't had enough movement on a month-to-date basis to really move it up beyond 94.5%. So that's
Joel, interruption, please.
Sure.
You said you're on page 25 in the agenda packet.
That's right. Yeah, page 25 for the income statement.
Okay. I'm thinking there's a couple of different page numbers there, so I'm gonna.
Oh, yeah. I think actually when this was compiled into the packet, what does it say? Like page 3 of 3 possibly or something. So
I see page 2 of 35, and then there's page 25 on the bottom of that. But
that 2 of 35 corresponds to like the whole set of financial statements that's on the website, and then the page below that corresponds to the to this board agenda packet.
Okay.
Now, year-to-date, in terms of like year-to-date collection rate, so in August of 2019, the year-to-date was 96.9%. It was higher last year, which we would expect to see at this point, given the shutdown and stuff and how it affects people, and the fact that we're not charging late fees. And we can't charge late fees, by the way, at this point through October. And that all comes down to the governor's proclamation at the office. And he renews that month by month. And I don't know if it'll be renewed for November, but I'm sure it probably will, given the past months. So it was 96.9% for August 2019. Then for September 2019, it's 97.3%. October 2019, it was 97.2%. So it was right around that 97.23% for September, October, versus the 94.5% that it is right now for us in 2020. Bright spots about like the income statement. So basically, I'm looking at the third column from the very right on the financial statement, on the income statement. So our net income loss for the year in August, it was, so we've improved in this category. In August, it was 207,657 net income year to date at the end of August. And that has now gone up to 259,874 for the net income loss, that bold number, which is good. So we're moving in the right direction, net income wise. Now, last year, the net income at the end of September 2019 was 494,519. Of course, we gave away, or we waived approximately $200,000 of dues, roughly, is what we waived in April, and that's what really makes up that big lion's share of that difference. Now, operation-wise, better or worse, we were $80,366 better than budget at the end of September. Last year at this time, we were better than budget, $325,172. In terms of expenditure-wise, in terms of total expenses year-to-date in the end of September, better than budget by $190,000. Last year, we were actually worse than budget by $26,512. So we're doing better expenditure-wise. Now, I keep from month to month, I always give you the expense to revenue ratio, and all that really means is for every dollar of revenue, how much are you spending in expenses? So right now we're at 90.57%, which means for every dollar of revenue we took in, we spent 90.5 cents of it, is what that means. In August, it was a little worse. So a lower number is always better on this one. In August, it was 91.4%. In July, it was 93.8%. We would expect to see that since our net income has continued to get better over the last couple of months. Last year at this time, it was 83.6%, which we would also expect to see that better last year, given those net income numbers. If you turn the page to page 26, so what you're looking at right here is it's called the reserve cash balance and activity sheet. This is kind of like it's just basically giving you a snapshot of cash is in the reserve accounts only. So, surf roads, mailbox, capital reserve fund, emergency ops, UDR, and this takes into account all the money that collections that we've taken in, certain things where money has gone out, and this takes into account any obligated expenditures, meaning anything that the board has approved for capital projects. So this gets factored in as though like it's already earmarked to be spent in terms of the actual dollars. So in terms of now, at the very bottom, net usable cash, 12/31/2020, these are all basically up. The surface down just a little bit from where it was last year, but they're all basically up. And of course, this is just a function of how much money we're spending or how many capital projects are getting approved. And that's really what versus what we take in with like investment income or dues collections. Page 27, you turn the page. Now we're looking at the income statement again of what I talked about on page 25. Now we're looking at it on page 27. We're looking at this on a departmental level. So the bottom line numbers will tie out to the income statement on page 25 in total. But now you're looking at it split out by department. And the one department that I talk about always with this is golf. And this page, you're only looking at the current month. So only for the month of September is what you're looking at. So actual revenue for golf, I'm looking at the far left column. Actual revenue for golf for the month, $119,119. Last year, during September of 2019, it was $85,362, which means that golf revenue in September is actually up $33,757 from where it was last year during the month of September, which is obviously good. Now, expenditure-wise for golf, so to come up with the expenditures for the department, you would just add up the actual salary benefits number and the two columns over to the right of that, actual other expenses. Those two added together will give you the total expenses for a department. And so expenses for golf, $82,062. Last year at this time, total expenses were $71,326. Their expenses were up, about $10,736 from September 2019. So net income for golf for September, $37,057. But because of the increase in the revenue, they're actually higher by $23,021 from where they were last month at this time. Last year they had $14,036 in revenues for September 2019. Now, if you turn the page to page 28, we're looking at this exact same sheet again, but now we're looking at it, which is more useful at this point. We're looking at it year to date, so January 1, 2020, all the way through September 30, 2020. So if we look at golf again, actual expenses, $824,591. Now last year at this time they had $830,273. So they're down about $5,682 from last year at this time, which is actually pretty good given the fact that they were shut down back in March during the first shutdown. Expenditure-wise, $626,534. Last year, expenditure-wise, $681,104. We'd expect to see that too, since they were shut down. And you'd expect to see their expenditures also being less as well this year over last year, which gives it. So they're better expenditure-wise by close to $55,000. So that gives them net income loss for the year, $198,057. Last year at this time, year to date, $149,169, which means they're approximately $49,000 higher net income this year than last year. Now, the only department that's really, worse than budget, well, the only department that is worse than budget is maintenance by about $85,658, but that is primarily weather-related stuff. Last year, I mentioned this last month. Last year, they had approximately $92,000 or $93,000 around that money that was taken out of UDR to spend on stuff like snow and weather events. This year, they did not do that. So the maintenance department is just shouldering it themselves, so to speak. They're not taking a transfer out of UDR. And those would be the big highlights in terms of the financial statements. If anyone had any questions.
Linda?
Okay, let's start with page 27. If you can tell me why administration for a month is $14,096 worse than budget with actual expenses for 1 month?
Administration, $14,096.
Yep. They're just way over on, and it's not in salaries. It looks like there's a little bit in salaries. There's like $14,000 overage in other actual expenses just for September.
Okay. So other professional services, they have $21,660 plugged other professional services year to date, or excuse me, month to date, $13,300 for other professional services. And they weren't budgeted for anything for September. So that's basically where it is right there.
So who or what did we do that?
Usually, I mean, without even pulling up that GL account, usually things that would go to other professional services would be like invoices from express services, for example. That gets plugged to other professional services. Of course, I doubt there were $13,000 worth of that, but
I'll drill down in the thing. It's just that's really a huge, that for 1 month, and
yeah,
admin, it's a weird sort of a thing.
Right, and the big thing for that is $13,330 or $300 hitting a line item that had zero budget in it for that month. That's what's really figuring that.
I hear you, because I know they there's office supplies and there's PPE and stuff now, but 14,000 is a lot of money. I had a question. And it's in lots of different places, but would you look on page 28?
Okay.
And when we go down to UDR activity at the bottom of the page, it says from January to September 30th, we had $60,634. Is that what we've collected in past dues for the years to date for UDR?
60,634 is like if you turn to the UDR page, like on the full set of financial statements,
Uh-huh.
that is going to be the difference of any of those other line items presented on there. So what I mean by that is, back to page 20 real quick. Okay, yeah. So basically you have the prior year reversal accrual, vacation liability accrual, things like that. But like, so it's basically the difference between those two things and the total UDR activity, like in that year to date. So,
Okay, I just wondered, because it's listed under revenue.
yeah,
So that's why I'm going, well, is that, because I know we get dues for past years and stuff. And
Yeah.
that's what I was wondering what it was. The other thing I wondered is, I know that we record our UDR activity, but there's two things. There's the AR accrual for a prior year
mhm.
and the vacation liability accrual. Is that always accounted under the obligated expenses for the UDR every year?
Well, basically think like, for example, the 60-day accrual, like what that thing is at the end of the year, see, we basically, in a sense, like charge all of our, whatever dues haven't been paid 30 days. We just write it, well, we don't write it off, but we put it all to bad debt expense immediately. Then at the end of the year, to stay in compliance with GAAP, we're backing off anything that's like less than 90 days, and that's where that shows up. And then the vacation accrual, this is literally just kind of like a bucket where it's placed, like tracking like an accrual. Now, when people actually use vacation, then at that point, like this accrual backs off and then it gets charged to the department itself.
Okay, I just was wondering if it was always, considered part of our obligated expenses.
Oh,
or
yeah, yeah,
just
absolutely.
something,
Yeah,
with the UDR that has to be accounted for, because that takes down available monies quite, that's a considerable chunk of change.
yeah.
Okay. And I think, just a minute, I just have one more question on page 25 for current month. Administrative costs were 8,000 over. Is that any one particular thing that made that jump?
Let's see here. Just 1 second. Okay, so a couple things under this administrative column, like I'll tell you what's dues and subscriptions, worse than budget by 7,800. There's almost 8,000 of it right there.
Okay. Dues, subscriptions. I can take a look into that. It's just such a big, it's like the ones that are the big negatives really jump out.
Yeah.
If we're positive, peachy keen, but
Yeah.
you'll always get me asking about the negatives. That's all I have. If anybody else has anything else.
We're saying, yeah, and another thing, like especially if it falls into a certain month, if the dues and subscriptions weren't budgeted in that month, let's just say they put it in a different month, then that would trigger like a change right there for the one.
Gotcha.
Justin, you're on mute.
I'll learn one of these days. Are the fees from the election management company reflected anywhere in this?
If, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead. I don't think we've received the bill yet. Maybe we have, and I just don't know it.
I know that we did have to pay for part of it at first, even with the credit card, with the balloting type stuff. Like
That was for postage. That's what we've paid 2 checks out for postage.
Yeah.
The mailing out of all the ballots and the return postage that we paid for on the returned ballots.
Uh-huh.
And some of that, when we get our final bill, we should be getting back because we paid for 1,900 returns by mail and there were only, it's in the report, 883.
Uh-huh.
So we should be getting we'll be getting some money back. I know they had to mail out, I believe it's, how many replacement ballots? I think 40, I want to say, my brain's not working well today. Yeah, 40. So that's a little bit of extra money they had to pay mailing out, but I think we're still going to see some money back in their final invoice. But I haven't seen one and I don't know if Rachel has yet or not either.
And I also just got the invoice from the parliamentarian as well, just like the other day. That, isn't in here yet.
Mm-hmm.
So Joel, I have some questions and comments, but I think I'm going to email them to the email so that we can, in interest of time,
Okay.
with respect to trying to make the reports easier to read for the average homeowner. So I'll send those comments in the email.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions? All right. No other questions. Then I think we can move on at this point. Moving into committee reports. And so I'll hand it over to Noel with ACC.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what's expected of me. This was kind of a surprise thing. It was kind of, well, I'll just start here. So after the AGM, we had 5 people on our elected committee. And on November 9th, Rich Bailey, our chair, resigned unexpectedly. And so that left us with 4 members. And so between Linda and I, we scrambled and tried to figure out what we could do to continue on with our meeting and not delay. And so we had 2 applicants that we were able to choose from in order to elect a new member, which we had elected one of our former appointed members. And so today we were able to have our meeting. And at that meeting, the other 4 nominated me for the chair. So here I am.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And yeah, so we're still looking for 4 other members to join us. We have 2 applicants in waiting right now, and we'd love to have more. And other than that, I'm not sure what Rich would bring to the meeting.
I think,
Noel, all you need to tell us is the name of the new member that you've put on the committee.
Norm Bender.
Okay.
We had appointed him last year, and he was willing to sign up for another go of it.
Sounds good. Do we approve the elected committee positions, or is that not? Okay, so we,
Not elected, but appointed. Yes, we
Yeah.
do approve
Okay.
them.
that's what I thought. Okay, so then we would be looking to approve Norm Bender to the ACC committee. Typically, we'd also do this by acclamation. So basically, unless there's objections, he's approved. So any objections? Welcome, Norm. And I think the only other thing would be, just typically we say minutes were posted online as submitted for the membership to view.
Yeah, they will soon be if they aren't already. We were working on those today.
Okay.
Our ACC coordinator is our temp, filling in for Jenny, Susie. And she was really doing an awesome job today. And it's been doing an awesome job for us. Stepping up and taking Jenny's place while she's on furlough.
That sounds good. Glad to hear that.
If we
Anything
need
el-
to approve that, do we need to have that in a motion with the second to approve that by acclamation?
Yeah, you're probably right. I'll make a motion to approve Norm Bender to the ACC.
I
That's it.
second.
So motion's been made and seconded by Kim. We'll approve by acclamation. Any opposed? None opposed, so Norm is approved. Thank you, Paula.
Noel, how do you spell Norm's last name?
Bendure.
Thank you.
All right, anything else with ACC?
Just a side note, I would respectfully request that when the board wants to schedule a meeting outside of their normal allotted times, that you check the schedule to make sure you're not stepping on any other meetings.
Okay,
Ours was scheduled for this evening, but we had to scramble and change things.
okay. That is my bad. I'll take responsibility for that. Should have checked that better.
Just, friendly reminder.
We'll get everything squared away in kind of our regular schedule and stuff. These first
I
few
know.
months are always a little weird, so I apologize for making you guys scramble like that.
Oh, that's okay. Just added to the fun.
Lots of things to figure out.
Hmm.
Okay. Then anything from communications committee? We obviously got rid of the charter, but
Yeah, there's no communications committee right now, so I have nothing to report.
fair. We did just do a bunch of committee reports too at the AGM, so I'm not expecting a whole lot here, but we'll just keep running through. Document review committee is not up and running either. So please submit some applications to be on committees, everyone. Emergency preparedness, anything going on there?
Nothing outside of that. We do have a charter ready and we have 4 members ready for approval. We'll bring that to the December meeting.
Okay, that sounds great. Finance committee hasn't met either. Kim, do you have anything you want to add?
Nope, I already said it early, just that we are recruiting. I have received 3 applications today, and just encouraging more folks to apply if they meet the qualifications.
All right. And then long range planning committee, Brian's our new chair there.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I have the luxury of moving along a bit slowly. AJ ran our meeting on Tuesday, so I thank him for that. And yes, we are also looking for folks. So we're going to put a call out in the next day. We have 1 applicant, 2 that we are reappointing to terms, who were appointed at the end of last, prior to the AGM. So we are looking, I believe, for 3 more, AJ. We need to have 9, right? Aside from the 2 of us. So yeah, so I believe 3 more folks. So yeah, if you're interested, please submit an application. And we're also going to be rolling out some survey results, which Kim was involved in as well. And so we are, there'll be some information in the views coming up, and we are going to have a town hall also coming up, I believe, in, what do we say? I think the December, or is that January, AJ? What were we thinking?
For the report to the board?
The
No,
town
to the-
hall I thought
to
was
the-
January. I think it was
January.
Yeah, early
Thanks, Tim.
2021. We'll give our report to the board probably at the second January board meeting was kind of the tentative plan, and then a town hall to follow after that. So it could be early February too.
So yeah, we're looking forward to a lively discussion there.
I want to make sure, or it's probably important we have the committee to have the January meeting to be able to plan that town hall event and stuff.
Sure.
And then, yeah,
Okay.
the minutes are just as submitted
Yep.
from this last year.
Quick question.
Uh,
Quick question on that. I know that on the finance committee, there's a limitation to the number of board members that can be on the finance committee. Is there a limitation for that for LRPC as well, or can more board members apply?
I just read the bylaw, and if I misread it, forgive me, but I believe it said 11 total, and so 9 non-board member LRPC members. So it was so it's 11 total is the amount.
Yeah, and I contended with Kim, Kim is technically in what would be a community member spot, as now that she's a board member. I contend like technically, yeah, I think you're still a community member. You could be in that position. However, you have a voice on the board, and I think it would be prudent to give, our community members chances to step up in those regards. But I don't know that it's technically not allowed, I guess, to answer your question specifically.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, I mean, we're all community members, so. I
Right.
guess if that first statement of 2 board members is like explicit and that's a maximum, like.
I unfortunately can't switch my screen to look at the minutes right now because my computer is frozen. So if I check out, my mouse is completely frozen right now. So
That's okay. I'll go ahead and look at it. I just thought you might know
Okay.
off the top of your head if more board members could apply or not. So I'll
Yeah, it's a good
I'll take a
question.
look at that and
Thanks,
and
Paula.
reach out if appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Brian?
No, I have nothing else. If you have anything to add, AJ, you're welcome, obviously, to do so.
I do not at this time. We're still working diligently on getting survey stuff out, like Brian said, so we'll stay tuned. We'll have stuff in the next views as and as well as getting stuff onto our website. Okay, N&E, anything to report not related to future agenda items?
Just that we have 1 vacancy still, and we're looking for somebody to join our mighty little committee. It's mighty, but I learned how powerful it is with the last election, let me tell you.
But there's no more excitement until November, right, Linda?
Crossing my fingers.
You never know.
I have heard no rumblings or grumblings.
All right, moving on to Parks and Trails is Andrew. Anything to report? We still obviously have to form the committee and everything, but.
You're right, AJ. We plan to meet in January and we'll adopt our charter at that point. But I do have 2 committee members to approve who have been vetted by staff, Kathleen Loughlin and Mixie Eddy. I don't know if that's the right last name, but that was what was on the email address. So Kathleen Loughlin and Mixie Eddy to approve.
We have to approve that charter to, like, the charter creates the committee. And so we need you to bring a charter before the board to be able to approve members to the committee is technically the process. So I guess I'd ask you to bring your charter to the board meeting in December, and you can then bring those same members at that time. We can have the charter first and then second approve some members. Does that make sense?
Sorry, my screen was frozen. That does make sense. So yeah, that was a question that came up internally was, do we do the charter first? And then because then how do we meet as a committee without a charter? So anyway,
Yeah.
it's kind of weird, but yeah, no problem. We can, and it won't be in December. We will meet in January. So if that's what we want to do, we can approve the charter with non-members and then come to you with that charter and then approve the members. That's totally fine.
Sorry, just to be clear, because I'm not sure we're on the same page. For ad hoc committees, the board creates these committees, not the committees creating the committees. And so you need to bring a chart, technically we assign chairs technically to these committees so that we could basically have someone be the point person for bringing a charter to the board, so that the board didn't have to collectively do that initial legwork as an entity. And so what I'm saying, and just so the community is clear as well, the board needs to approve those charters. That then establishes the committee for participants, community members to be approved too. The committees are there to, help the board and perform functions that the board may need, as well as, additional duties that, the committee may, decide to want to try to take up, but technically the way the ad hoc committees work is that the committees serve at like the leisure of the board, essentially. And so, yeah, just so everyone's clear, we have the 3 committees, that follow these guidelines. There's communications, EPC, Parks and Rec. And so, yeah, the process would be to the board approve a charter. The board can have input on that charter. If there's board members who feel like they have a thought of a good task for a committee to accomplish, that's something we should discuss with these charters as well. The board knows what it needs, and the board's learning too. We do have a lot of new members learning what they need to do and what sort of things we need to accomplish. I'd throw out, like, for communications example, I would want to ask the communications committee to deal with the website and maybe bring a recommendation back to the board on something we can do to make it better, make it more mobile friendly, that type of thing. I know Josh has already expressed interest in wanting to do that. Those types of things. I think I saw in the Parks Trail there, discussed like creating a volunteer program for, helping with parks and trails maintenance and stuff. That, like, those types of things are all things that help the board and assist the board in accomplishing tasks, and engaging all of our community members. Does anyone have any questions on that process, just so we make sure we're all clear, and the community can be clear too on how it all works and they get to be a part of it? Okay. If anyone has any questions, just you can email too, and we can work through it. But yeah, process in a nutshell is get a charter approved by the board. We can, in that same meeting, if the board approves the charter, approve those members too as the second action item under, your committee. So, yeah. All right. Anything else, Andrew? Okay. We have no continuing business at this point. So going into new business, we have the 2020 AGM election certification, and I will hand it over to Linda here to kind of run the board through that really quick. And
Well, this is going to be quick. Well, you've all had copies of the documents as soon as I get them to you. So you've had plenty of time to look at them. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion for the board to accept the certification of the 2020 AGM election. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I need a second for my motion first.
Seconded.
so we got a motion on the table by Linda to approve the 2020 AGM election certification, seconded by Brian. Any discussion?
Not on the certification. I just have a question after it's approved. Shall I go? Or do
You
you
can
need
ask,
to?
you can ask a question. It's fine.
Okay, so, and this is just on the actual certification paperwork. I just had a comment, Linda, that when you, on the report, when it says measure one, measure one pass, measure two pass, I just had a comment that it would be nice to add what that measure is in the report, because when someone's reading it, it's not really helpful to have to go find your ballot or the ballot information guide and then just recap, well, what was measure one? You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of them get long, and so usually it's just a summary, it's what it is
Yeah.
the report of the vote. So, but yeah, sometimes they're really long, and it's
Okay.
usually why we haven't included them, but it's something that we could give consideration to.
Or just a
But
short.
just something brief, I get you.
Yeah. So not the whole thing, but just so when you're reading this, you're like, okay, what was it? It would be helpful. That's all. That's my
Gotcha.
comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
I should point out, it has nothing to do with the certification, but during our certification meeting, I had the prior entity committee, we all did an evaluation of the process. It'll be included with our minutes for the certification meeting. The entity has decided not to meet until the last Monday in January. So unless I put up draft minutes, I may consider doing that. It's going to be a while before you see those. We all were really pleased with them. I know everybody thought it took a long time. I know what the problem was. It was a misunderstanding between us and Unilect. And, given that, I would simply get a couple of volunteers that are not members of NNE that would be willing to help open envelopes and actually remove the ballots from those envelopes. There's a point where NNE turns over the ones we collected in the ballot box here over to Unilect, but the process, I was just amazed. There's so much information that it's really, it's neat. If you look at their report, it explains about overvoting and undervoting and all sorts of stuff like that, but it really gives you a far more thorough idea of what went on during, with the ballots and stuff. And you actually have to, when we do it by hand, we look at each ballot individually. When Unilect does it, they take all the ballots and run it through their system. And it's probably very much like national elections are done. And after those are all scanned, the program picks out exceptions. Exceptions are overvotes, undervotes. Somebody wrote something on their ballot, and the machine goes, I can't understand that. A picture of that ballot is then brought up, and we sit with the Unilect people, and they show us it. And it was Don Jamtas and I sat and looked at it to see if we could determine what was the intent of the vote or if we had to disqualify it. But you have to make all those exceptions go away, and you have to resolve them. Then all the ballot, then that's run again. And then that's when you come out with with the final results. Doesn't take long. It's just making sure that you look at all the exceptions and treat them. And I think people had a really good chance to be understood and have a vote counted without the whole thing being disqualified, a certain section.
Josh?
Linda, I have some suggestions for next year. Well, yeah, I guess next year. Our next AGM on our ballots. I'll email you, but I was thinking about this. For the average homeowner, some of the terminology on these ballots are a little bit odd. And I think it would be great to have like maybe a key and, it's like, what the heck is an AGM? Like when I first moved here, come on, AGM, So I think that's something that should be developed. And I mean, I'll help you with it if you need help later on down the road, but something to keep in mind for some of the people that aren't involved in the way a lot of us are, you know?
That's true. Most times the booklet kind of allows for some of that, or even the back of the ballot. I like the idea of having the language on the back of the ballot for people to refer to, although there are some terms that UNILEC uses that I'm like, and exactly what does that mean? It's just, to them, it's just a given. And when you listen to them talk about national elections, but for us, it's like, say what? So that's another thing to think of. And I think we've talked about some of that, Josh, when we went through the voting instructions that they kind of created for the back of the ballot. And we changed some of the language so it was clearer to the members what we were talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
Joel?
Yeah, question for you, Linda. So I assume this is necessary, but I just wanted to check to make sure, because I did hear from some people that were confused by, I'm just looking at like page 35. There's a couple pages that have it, but like the ACC committee with the 3 positions that could be voted on, say more than 7. And I know it's because there were 7 positions that could have had candidates. Did it have to be written that way? Could it have said choose up to 3 or choose all 3, and then in parentheses there were 7 open spots or something like that?
We probably could have explained it better. Normally it's just they have the people who have run for the committee, but there's so many openings, and possibly, like you say, there could be a better way to explain it. There were 7 vacancies, but only 3 applied. That kind of is dismissive too, but there could be a better way to explain that.
Yeah, because I just had people asking, like, can I vote for all 3? Or what does the 7 mean? And it just makes you feel like you have no idea what's going on.
Okay, and that's something to think about. And it's certainly, I know, like Josh said, it's language, and it's, how do we present, if we have less candidates than the number of vacancies. This year we had to explain that we had more. Usually in a normal year, we have only 3 board vacancies, but this year we had 4. And then depending upon what that 4th person that's off, what term they have determines whether you get a 2-year term or a 1-year term instead. And it's language of trying to help people understand that, but you're correct. There's we should look at the language on that, and it's always something that comes before the board before it's printed.
Cool. Thank you.
Welcome.
I have 2 quick things.
Sure.
Would love to see your guys's what you said you put together at your evaluation of UNILEC. Is that, as I understand, that's what you did? Is that correct?
Yes.
The committee. So I'd love for you to share that with the board whenever you're prepared to do so. And then I'm just curious as to what is the time frame you think for any committee to make a recommendation to the board for the future AGM on whether or not we would continue to utilize UNILEC, or if you guys are considering something else? Do you know what time frame? I'm just not what you're thinking yet, but just a time frame of like what month we might expect to see that start to come across.
I've asked everybody, since they want to meet our Monday's the last Monday of the month. I have asked everybody to be thinking about goals and things that we'd like to accomplish for the committee, for the year. So we'll probably, on the agenda will be our goals and stuff. That certainly can be added because it's definitely going to have to be looked at, if we find ourselves, and I can remember when I came to the board in June, and we looked at doing a 3rd-party vendor. I know there was pushback, And there was kind of like, is this really necessary? Let's look at 9 million things. And it's like, I know now from them and talking to them, they turn people down because they only can get so busy. They only can conduct so many elections, one right after another, and push out results. You know, we could have had our AGM this year, but with COVID the way it is, there would have been nobody to count the ballots. And I don't know how you would even begin to do that had it not been done by a third party. That's, you know, my concern. You know, are we, you know, do we put our big boy panties on, as they say, and say, hey, we're a big enough association. It's time to, I'm sorry, it's time to consider that maybe we need to do this all the time, unless it gets really cost restrictive. You know, it takes away the whole thing that somebody can control something. We looked at one time at software programs. Most software programs have to be loaded on your computer systems, and somebody's got to be in charge. And there's always been that thing in the Valley. You know, I hate to say it, but it's very political. Of if somebody knows what the results are to the voting and stuff, if you go to online voting and the software and stuff, I get that. You know, we're going through that with the elections at the national level right now, guys. People, you know, change this, do that, do this. And I just, you know, I like the idea of us using someone that has no skin in the game.
Mhm.
You know, they know how many ballots they put out. The barcodes are just, I can't begin to tell you, they are a blessing in disguise. I wish I had other N&E members here with me, because even when you're trying to read the back of those blue envelopes that everybody fills out and they print their names and they sign their names, they are still really difficult to read. They make mistakes on their division and lots. And the barcodes, it's written, it's printed very neatly. When Unilect runs them, it's very strange. You know, the little hand things they use when you in a grocery store and submit your Hagen card or your Freddy's card, they do the same sort of thing in stacks of 25 envelopes. And basically one holds them and the other person just goes through a stack. They did our 500 ballots in 5 minutes or less to get them registered into their system. I'm telling, it's just, you watch it and you just stand there kind of with your mouth open going, well, wish I thought of that. So anyway, it's why that's why I would do it. There's nobody, you know, you're taking somebody cheated for some reason out of it, and you just pay the money and you have somebody do it. They're extremely responsive. One of the things that all of us agreed to, and particularly myself, and that would be something I would work out with anyone, but particularly if we used Unilect again, is that the people that answered the phone and took the requests for replacement ballots, they asked them for the last 4 of their social. And I can't tell you how many emails I got, and I know it was out there on Facebook, where it goes, Sudden Valley gave our social security numbers away. And it's like, I understand they have union elections and stuff that they handle. And I think in some instances they are required to verify somebody's social. But I would hope that if they have someone answering, and they particularly know it's for Sudden Valley, they do not ask for the last 4 socials of people, because that was horrible. That's about all I got to say. So I don't know, though, that's my only drawback that I would like to see, you know, that was really a big thing for me, because I think it upset a lot of people, you know, that called in.
Okay. So we probably expect like Q2-ish maybe would be when you guys would be diving into that then and trying to formulate a recommendation.
Even in March, if I decide it's important enough, we can have extra meetings.
Yeah, we
know?
don't need to do that to everyone.
No, but right now I'm sitting in the comfort of my home. The only thing is my cats want to be fed, but I'm saying, it isn't like we have to, gather in a room and stuff. So if it's something that the board that we should be looking at before April, we're going to know a lot more after the first of the year, vaccines, herd immunity. Can you have 20 people in a room counting ballots? If we decide to take it back in-house.
Okay. I saw Josh's hand and then Joel's hand.
I was just gonna ask if we can call it, but I think Joel needs to go first.
Yeah, quick question, I think. So it was just over 1,500 votes that we got in.
15,000.
What's that?
The total bill was, oh, you mean the number of ballots?
Voters, yeah. Or
Okay,
votes.
yeah, 15.
Yeah, membership votes.
11.
Yeah. So that was a bit lower than like the last two, where it was around 1,800 and 2,000, I think. Is in your experience, does voter participation go down during an election year? Do people not pay as much attention to the local election, or do you think it might have had something to do with outsourcing to Unelect?
Well, I would need to get back to you on that, because it determines how many were undeliverable. I know there were some people that had issues that were overseas and being able to be delivered a replacement ballot, but it becomes cost restrictive in some areas that are hard. I don't want to go into details, but it's like I can do so much to send them out. But if you're in some place where mail delivery is going to cost me $50 to send you a ballot, seriously, folks.
Yeah.
And I just had to say, I'm not ready to go that far, but that was one person. But what I would like to do is to be able to answer your question accurately, is to take a look at the number of undeliverables, because they were low this year. There weren't many of them. And some years we have just tons of them. There weren't that many that were returned late either.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
But I will get back with you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Call the question then. The motion on the table, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, is to approve the 2020 AGM certification.
2020 AGM election certification.
And we had a second. So all those in favor, signal by saying aye. All those against?
Thank you, everybody.
Looks like it was unanimous. All right, moving on to the next thing. We have our IRS Form 990. And so we did have a deadline to meet with getting our tax returns and stuff submitted by a certain time frame. So to be clear as to where we are with this right now, I have already signed this document and we have gone through the process of filing the tax returns with the auditor, and Joel is helping with that. And correct me if I say anything incorrect, Joel, before we get into this. Joel said that I signed this because we had to meet the deadline. Joel said that we were able to review it as a board, and if we have any changes we would like to see it or whatever, we can make administrative changes to this document or whatever, at this meeting. And basically, I've talked to Joel about this. I would like to get a policy on the books for how the board goes about reviewing this document on a yearly basis. And in the future, I would like to have it set up so that the board actually reviews and approves this, basically approves the president to sign the document. And so in light of the deadlines we met, the auditor prepared this, Joel reviewed it, I signed it, but if anyone has any concerns or would like to see any changes, we can discuss that here tonight, and basically what we'll be looking for is a motion to approve this. And that would just kind of be, at this point, it would be somewhat retroactive to me signing it. In the future, I'd like to have it set up so that when the board approves it, then, I feel confident that the board understands and knows everything, and I can sign on that, line, or the president can sign on that line. And so what I would like to do is kind of open it up to Joel here for our accountant. It's gonna be tough having two Joels as well, or just double names. Open it to Joel to just kind of briefly go over the document a little bit, explain what its purpose is, and kind of what information is housed in it. And then once he does that, I'll look for a motion to approve this, and then we can go from there on discussing it. So I'll hand it over to you, Joel.
Okay.
For just a minute.
Yeah, so like AJ said, the tax return, our tax return is due 5 months after, it's initially due 5 months after year end, meaning May 15th. But then all organizations will file an extension, which pushes us to November 15th, which happened to fall on a Sunday, so then it becomes the 16th. But like AJ said, tax return is signed, it's been electronically submitted to the IRS. This tax return is made on from the audited financial statement numbers. So the auditors are the ones who prepare, or Larson Gross prepares it, the tax people prepare the tax return from the audited numbers. So what they were doing is waiting until they were, they had a really good firm idea. They were assured that now they have some good audited numbers for preparing the tax returns. But like AJ also said, which I also told him, is tax returns can always be amended as well. So that's a fairly easy administrative process for the Larson Gross to do that. And really the reason why that would happen would be while they're pretty much at the tail end of the audit. So for some reason they come across something that, oh geez, here's an adjusting entry that could affect the tax return, then we would just file an amended tax return to capture that change in there as well. So I'll quickly walk you through the tax return. Probably won't be as exciting as Linda's segment. And I'm going
to the numbers.
Yeah. And when I say page numbers, I'm going to give you the page number that's in your packet. Some of these, unfortunately, will probably be hard to see since there's like text covering the page numbers, but we'll just go to page 41. So what you're looking at right here is, this is the actual tax return from Larson Gross. Actually, while you guys were talking about the last section, I checked the online website. So all these tax returns are on the Sun Valley website, on the Finance Committee webpage. I just checked it. I don't see the 2019 on there, but I'll make sure that gets posted as well to the website. What you have in this board packet, the nice, clean digital version of it. So we go to, basically, I'll just quickly run you through the tax return real fast. I'll be brief. I'll just go to page 41. Obviously, this is the very first page of the tax return. Now, we're as everyone knows, or maybe some people don't know, we're a nonprofit 501c4 entity, 501c4 corporate nonprofit entity, which means we don't pay the 21% corporate tax rate that would have applied to 2019. So for us, this is called a Form 990, which is literally an informational return that we give to the IRS. And page 90, just basically it starts off with, it's just basically giving you major financial information, prior year, current year. We flip the page 42. Then it talks about our program services and just basically gives like a rundown of high level view of what Sun Valley does and what we are. Informational stuff as well. Pages like 43, 44, we're getting into, it's basically becomes like a checklist of required schedules that would apply to us. And the easy thing is you can see the things that were checked yes, which, and this is very common stuff that you're going to see from year to year to year. All these things are going to pretty much be about the same since our organizational structure doesn't really change. So like the first thing, like receiving membership dues, assessments, things like that. It's all informational stuff. Turning to page 45 through 46. Once again, it's all, well, page 46, we're on, it's informational stuff again. And it's basically talking about like how many board members did we have at year end and so on and so forth, 9, 1A, 1B, and section B policies, the stuff that we're checking yes on. Yes, we have these policies that we have, required to have. Section C, that's where we're saying, yes, we post this tax return on the website. We have it upon request. It's probably a little redundant, but just since it's on the website anyways. Now, pages 47, 48 might be a little more interesting because now this captures every single board member who served in 2019. So board members or committee members, so like Linda Bradley will be on here on the next year's tax return. And key officers, really for us, key officers would be executive committee members, the general manager, compensation amount, which we report on here as well for like the GM. You'll see Mitch and you'll see Joe. Mitch was still here during couple weeks or very first part of 2019. So that's why he appears on here. He'll drop off obviously on the 2020 return. And then we get down to section B, and this is listing, maybe, some people would probably find interesting, listing the top 5 contractors, because we're required to say how many contractors we paid out $100,000 or more basically for the year. But these are the top 5 contractors that we paid out in 2019. We paid line 2, we paid 6 in total, where we paid out through AP, $100,000 or more. Now, page 49 and 50, if you see the next 2 pages. So now it's basically giving you snapshots of statement of revenues, page 49, page 50, statement of functional expenses. Functional expenses, of course, that probably sounds a little confusing, but basically what that's doing is it's breaking it down. Program service expenses versus like admin type expenses. And basically what makes up management and general expenses, it's easier to say what makes that up because then what's not in there is in the other column. And that's going to be like common costs, administration, accounting. That's what you're going to see in column C. Then everything else is going to be in column B. Then the total, obviously, to the left of that would be the 2 columns to the right. And if we flip the page to page 51, balance sheet information, which is basically kind of like what I very first talked about during the financial report. And then page 52, the same sort of thing. It's just getting into snapshots of revenues, expenses, things like that. Pages 50 through, we don't really do political campaign and lobbying activities, so that's why you don't see anything there. Pages, so then we could basically skip into page 55, which is just minor other informational stuff in part 3A. Page 56, which is the Schedule D. This is where we're basically just talking about conservation easements, green space type lots that we have, 773 lots of the green space, and just an average acreage, per total acreage restricted by conservation easements, which is just a computed number there. And then pages 57, which is just gets into fixed assets like capital type stuff. 58, really just liabilities that it's showing. And then maybe what would be interesting would be like on pages, well, page 59 is just getting into reconciliation. It's just reconciling the tax return to our audited financial statements, which the auditors have obviously at this point. Pages 61 and 62, this is the Schedule O. So basically this is, on these 2 pages, this is where you're going to see more kind of in-depth explanations of things. Also, like on here is where when we start to talk about something on a certain line, and if they run out of room, then it carries on the Schedule O. So the first 2 kind of comments are basically a carry forward where they ran out of room talking about, like, for example, on page 41, the summary to acquire, hold title to, so on and so forth. Then it kind of gets chopped out there, but then it carries forward naturally on the Schedule O. So that's why some of these comments look a little odd at first, but that's just how it shows up on tax returns for the Schedule O. But in a nutshell, that's like the high level viewpoint of what you're looking at for the Form 990, which is informational return for a nonprofit entity such as ourselves. For some nonprofits, they're fairly small. This thing could just be a few pages. Others could be obviously more pages than this, depending on how many schedules are required to show and so on and so forth. And then one of the requirements, or like what the IRS is basically, did we make this available to board members to see? And yes, we have made it available to board members to look at it. But that's the overview of the tax return.
All right. Thank you, Joel.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion that the board approve the 2019 Form 990 for the 2019 tax.
Second.
Second.
So we got a motion to approve the 2019 Form 990, seconded by Linda. Do we have any discussion and questions for the board or Joel? Joel?
Other Joel. Joel, yeah, so the extension is to November 15th, but, and you're the one who does this, so you can probably answer this question best. You could, at the same time, because that falls like a week or so after the AGM and a new board comes on, you could think of it more as like, you could treat it as a 3-month extension and have the deadline in like August, right? And then present it to the board for approval, and then have the board of that year discuss it and have all that time to go over it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That's the goal this year around. The audit got, in terms of like when the auditors could work on this, they got other audits on the docket. It's just timing of how it turned out with when we were able to extend, like to accept an offer from Larson Gross at the time. And that's really what ended up pushing this thing out. I wanted to get this before when we got it, but in terms of like with the timing and with the auditors and how it all worked out, it's just how it played out this year, unfortunately. But yes, no, you're right. That's exactly the plan for that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I agree with AJ, and the timing is just kind of weird because you have the new board coming in, and so if there's not a clear policy, like he mentioned, putting in place, then you run into, is this the last year's board's responsibility, or does the new board have a week to figure this out and approve, and then better to have it on paper somewhere.
Yeah, because I was actually I was hoping to get this earlier with the actual intention of saddling the old board with instead of you guys. So sorry about that.
And just to touch on that a little bit, that I think that's definitely the goal, Joe, to have the, that board of that was largely responsible for that time frame being more. What we did have is, there was some back and forth on switching auditors this last year, and the board tabled due to lack of information twice, dealing with that transition from one auditor to the other. And so that put us back a couple months, and then people got ahead of us because of that, and we kind of lost our spot in line per se. And then that's kind of what happened. But yes, my goal this year through, some policies that we write, that's definitely one that I'll, lean on Joel, our accountant, to help us create a policy so that we make sure we're getting the board to review all that. I don't love, signing that document before the board's actually officially approved it. But I, felt comfortable with it, just so the community knows, the auditor puts that together. They're auditing the books. Joel, as our accountant and CPA, is reviewing all of that, work as well. So, there are those checks and stuff on that. And then knowing that we could make an administrative change to stuff if this board saw anything that concerned them, at this point, yeah, I felt comfortable signing it, knowing that we would have this discussion here at least tonight.
I have a question.
Linda?
I just have one question. Was Larson Gross given a 2-year contract or only for 2019?
Well, when we did the RFPs to them, I believe it was a 3-year thing. Of course, now what we've only signed for is the engagement letter for the 2019 audit. So in terms of what was actually signed, it would be the 2019 audit and tax letter.
I just was curious because if you're out of that 3-year, 2-year, whatever loop, then it's kind of go out and look for, do a search for 3, companies other than Larson and Gross. And I thought I remembered it was multi-year, but I wasn't certain.
And that's typically usually how it goes when people RFP. It'll be like a 3-year, like when they give you quotes, they'll say over 3 years, this is what it'll be from year to year.
So when would you say it would be advantageous for this board to decide on their letter for 2020, their commitment letter?
Well, probably around March or so.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So quarter one, we need to start getting that ready and prepared and thinking about that to bring it forward then. Into quarter one.
Okay. Yeah. And that's also something, by the way, so Larson Gross would be the one to give us the engagement letter for the 2020 audit.
Brian?
I just have a question about part 10, and I'm sorry if this is a dumb question, but it's page 58 of the PDF. It's other liabilities. It says deposits, 237,945. I just wondered what does that entail in terms of the deposits, and I wonder why a deposit's a liability.
See.
Let me pull up the balance sheet real quick from 2019.
Okay. Sure. Sorry about that.
You're looking at part 10, Brian?
Yes, part 10, page 58 of the PDF.
What's the page on the tax return? Because my PDF doesn't show the page.
Oh, it's 18. I'm sorry, 18 on the tax return.
Thank you.
Page 18.
It's the building deposit. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course. That number, because it's as soon as I saw that number, it was just ringing bells, but that's what it is, the building deposit. So when people give us the building deposits that we hold on account, which technically isn't our money at that point until so.
Okay. So it's a whole, it's a building deposit when we're in the process of building, or people are in the process of building on lots, or
when other people are in the process of building, then they'll turn in $5,000 building deposits and stuff in here. And that's actually one of the main lines on, even on our balance sheet, you'll see it for building deposits. You'll see cash building deposits, and then you'll see the offsetting liability. So in terms of course, this is accounting lingo, but in terms of net assets, it comes out to zero in a sense. So it's we have the cash, but we're not entitled to the cash since it's someone else's deposit for now. So then it just zeroes out.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Any other questions? All right, well, we can call the question then, I think. The motion on the table was for the board to approve the 2019 Form 990 for the 2019 tax return. It was seconded, I can't remember by who right now.
Me.
Linda.
So all those in favor signal by saying aye. Any opposed? Looks like we have a unanimous decision in favor. So moving on, then we have our amended agenda item. So I will just pass it over to Linda and let her say her piece, and we can have a quick discussion.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's a larger conversation that we're not going to hash out totally tonight.
No, we're not going to do that. I don't even know that you need to vote on it. Maybe you just
Yeah.
all agree on it. I don't know how we do agendas. So I had a member contact me and go, so where do we find how we get onto the webinar to watch you guys? And we tuck it at the very last page of our agenda. So they get to go through 63 pages of the board packet to find out where that link is. I just have a quick thing. I think we either put it before we start our agenda. This isn't that isn't a lot of language that's here. I put it at the end of my agenda when we sent out the voting packets for the AGM. I wouldn't mind it even being on the back at the end of the agenda. But let's not make the membership go look through 63 pages of documents to find that link. You know, we talk about communications, and I think it's just an excellent way for everybody to just say, hey, here it is, come join us. And you say it first and foremost. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Maybe it as a cover page almost is like the way to go. So
That's
it's
what I
right
was
there at the
thinking.
front. Yeah, I think let's connect with Oryx on it and see, and Rachel, and we can come up with a solution to that, I'm sure.
I know we're making changes, and it's just sometimes when people ask you that stuff, it's like it tickles your sensibilities and goes, why would I ask somebody to go through 63 pages of stuff to find out how to come to the meeting? I know sometime we used to post the link and everything else, but it's an easy, quick way of not making a lot of work for extra people.
And I have a question on that. Is that the only place where the link is located at the end of the agenda? It's not
I
on the
believe
website?
so.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I think we try to keep it in one spot so we're not having to create, Oryx doesn't have to like create a link to here, create a link to there, create a link to there. This is, largely I would like the board to start looking in and discussing and going through all of our policies. I think that, I'm not trying to dive into everything immediately here. We have to kind of get everyone ramped up and going, and we want to have board orientation, but a big focus of this year for me is going to be looking at our policies and giving, making sure our policies are clear so that staff knows what we want and has the ability to just, handle what needs to be done without, a whole bunch of stuff from us, or and everything can be a bit more streamlined. People can read these policies and, learn how to, do certain tasks that are assigned to them as part of their job duties, things like that. We are lacking quite a bit in a lot of this stuff, and some of our policies are just old too, and they need to be relooked at, updated, and that's largely how the board should, focus on giving staff direction, is through these policies.
It certainly would make sense to foreground that link, I would say.
It's just, like I say, and it's not a dumb idea for any of the committees that have meetings. I know a lot of times if they put a link on mine, I don't have long agendas for N&E, and it's just on the bottom of the page, and it's usually the same size. So even if you had a template for your agendas, you allow for that link section there, and then you just plug and play when John gives it to you. But even finance sometimes has long packets of stuff, long range planning sometimes. And it's just, if you did it for all of them, you would have that invitation to the membership. And I think that's important.
Could the
If I
link
can
be
interject.
put on our website as well? Just a general, like day of link on the Sudden Valley website.
Yeah, or we can talk about maybe the events calendar has our meetings and there's a link in there, and then there's a link in the agenda, and those two locations are kind of the notifications of our stuff.
Yeah.
I think getting the agenda link, especially in our board packets where they can get quite lengthy with stuff towards the front in some way. I think we can work with Oryx to get that figured out.
I just think it's a good idea. Just thanks for thinking about it and discussing it. It's just, because otherwise that's what you tell somebody. Go look on, I think, the last page. So give it some thought, guys, if that would be something that you'd be interested in doing. It's just, that's where I'm at with that. That's all I got.
Just to kind of interject here, that's a pretty common sense request, and it's easy to do. So I just went ahead and put that link at the top of the board of directors page, just kind of as part of the description of our upcoming meetings. That link, by the way, shouldn't change at this point unless we have to make a significant change to the webinar. And so that's going to be a consistent link for the foreseeable future. And if it changes, we'll update it on that page.
Excellent. That's good.
Ooh, that works.
In meeting solutions. Excellent. All right. Anyone else have anything on that? All right. So we are done with new business. We'll hand it over to John here to kind of run the property owner comments section.
Yeah, we have a few people with us tonight. So if you'd like to step up for property owners comments, I do have a hand raised now from Nancy. I'll go ahead and bring you on over. And if you could give your name and address as usual.
Nancy Alionak for Sandalwood Circle, and I'd like to make a comment about committee membership. Our Article 5 of the bylaws, Section 1B, membership, states that members of these committees shall be members in good standing, and a few other things. The idea that you can exclude board members from applying to a committee, I believe is out of order. And I'm saying this because I've seen on a few of the charters, it limits the membership to 1 or 2 or so board members. Well, board members are also members. So if the committee doesn't want board members on them, don't select them. If the board doesn't think board members should be on committees, don't approve them. But do not think you can just exclude a class of membership from applying to a committee just for whatever reason, for no good reason. That's all I have to say. It's almost like saying all those people in Gate 3 are troublemakers, so we're not letting them apply. And I say that because I live in Gate 3, so I can use that for an example. Thank you. Good night.
So Nancy, what you're saying is if Joel Dobbins wants to apply to the LRPC, he can do so, and we could accept him. That's your reading of the bylaw, is that right?
If he is a member in
He's
good
a member.
standing.
Okay.
And the only exception is there are some limitations on N&E, on what they can do. But if Linda wants to apply to finance, she can in that case. Okay. Am I
All right.
confusing enough?
No, it makes
Not at
sense,
all.
Nancy. And I like want to reiterate, I did say like we can have board members there, but we do want to give our community members chances to step up as well.
Absolutely. And you still have that without defining it in some sort of charter or rules.
Okay. Linda, did you have
I was just going to make a comment back to Nancy, and I was going to bring it up earlier, and then I just thought I'd let it die. I think part of the thing that you have to be careful of when you have several board members on a committee is they are members of the association. But if you have 5 of them on a committee, you have a quorum of the board because they are, after all, the board.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That is
So
another
there's-
thing
there
to
are
watch out
limitations.
for.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Thanks again, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay. Anybody else? I do have another hand raised here. I'll go ahead and bring you in. If you could give your name and address, please.
Hi, Leslie McRoberts, 2 Caddy Lane. Linda, got a question for you. I'm thinking one of the reasons it took so long is because we typically would start on counting ballots on the Friday after the polls closed. And are you thinking that perhaps that's when you could get a group together to start taking the ballots out of the envelopes? Would that be an issue with Unilec?
Yes, it would.
Why?
One of the things they do is they come the day of the election, which is Saturday. And one of the very first things that we needed to do with them was to turn over the envelopes, the complete sealed envelopes, because that's when they register everybody. And I would never dream of taking a ballot out of an envelope before it was registered with them. Like I say, registration of our 500 some ballots we collected took maybe 5 minutes. It's fast, so
Yeah.
but in that saying that, I think that it would be wise to use maybe 2 or 3. I would ask them to help them once they open them, because they have a high-speed opener, noisy as the devil, but it works slick. That they would have people that then help them take the security envelopes out of the regular outer envelopes, because then those are all collected before they even start working on the security envelopes. Those are all put away just like we put them away. In fact, they're all sitting down in the multi-purpose room closet, locked up in a gun case.
Yeah.
But
The other thing that I was thinking is what the county is using now are not security envelopes, but security sleeves. And
yeah, I've seen those and I love them. And
that's a faster way to.
Expensive. They come from a company, and I'm not sure, but the county buys them in just really huge bulk amounts. Marlene asked me about those a while back, and you only can get them. There are very few companies that make them, and they sell them specifically for state type elections, and you buy them in very large bulk quantities.
Okay, but that would be a faster way of getting the ballots out of the security.
Sure would be, because there was something, some of the ballots stuck in the envelopes. I don't know if it was the glue or the way things were sealed, but there were some of them were just slick, but some of them it was a real effort, and you have to be careful you don't tear stuff. So somewhere along the line, there's a happy medium.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Thanks, Leslie. I'll go ahead and bring you back to the audience. Anybody else in our attendees like to add their property owner's comments? Just use the raise hand feature in Zoom if you're unfamiliar with that. It should be down towards the bottom of the screen in the little menu bar in Zoom. believe similar function on the app. I think it's in a menu button there.
John, you're such a great host.
Thank you. Not seeing anything at this time, AJ.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be done with property owner comments then. Looking for a motion to go into closed session then.
Move to go into closed session.
Got a second?
I second.
All right, everyone, there's a separate link for the closed session. Does everyone? John just sent it out later on. You should have gotten it about 5:30
Yep.
today.
See you on the
So
other side.
everyone will leave here and we'll meet at that one.
Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
you have your coffee? Is everyone awake?
Not at all. My bags under my eyes have their own area code currently.
I was not prepared for an 11 o'clock meeting.
No, me neither.
Didn't this happen last time we had a new interim board member? We brought in somebody and we had an 11 o'clock meeting. And now we brought in Noel and baptized her with 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think that one we went through like a whole interview process and then a full meeting. That was a doozy. Just give everyone a chance to. We did lose Linda to connection issues. She said her internet was being unstable.
Okay.
Let's see, do we got everyone?
See Andrew. Oh, there's Andrew.
Oh, we're all here.
Sorry, it took me a while.
All right. So I need a motion to enter back into open session.
Move to
go
enter.
back and-
Go ahead, Paula. I will second that.
All right, Paul, motion to enter open. Josh seconded. The board took no action in closed session. Looking for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? All right.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
you,
Have a good
AJ.
night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.